Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Extreme Mount Farm with me, Chaiji, when you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Mount Ordeals with Rubicante. Apparently he should be easier than Bobby, and I've done a little quick check on how he works, so we might be a little bit better prepared, but I'm still expecting that maybe we'll wipe, maybe we'll have a really janky pull or two at the start. Now, I just want to warn before we get started. When I created this stream, like in the YouTube studio thing, it bugged out while I was trying to make it. So it took I had to refresh to even access it. Great start. Initially didn't even think it was there, so it took extra long to post it. Excellent. While I was watching the test streaming phase, which is 40 minutes from now to now, at one point, the connection dropped completely, as in YouTube went back to going, oh, well, you haven't started streaming to us yet, for 10 to 15 seconds. And then I noticed that in the systems that I'm sending through, that while I'm sending 8,000 kbps to that tool, it is passing average 7,000 to YouTube, and I don't know if it's that tool saying, I don't know what to do, man, or if it's YouTube just not catching the ball that is being thrown. So, long story short, if the stream starts being weird, I'm just saying that YouTube has been acting weird. So it might not be me. That's all I'm saying. Might not be me. Now, there's only so much I can do about it. But with that said, hey Faith, hey Talaba, hey Avery Hugger, hey Airedale, hey Ceres, hey Lana, hey Zaf, hey Gyassel, hey Ham, hey Agent Monica, hey Mizunashi, hey Tina Lee, hey Sally, hey Nox, hey Matthew, hey Ridley, and hey Cat. Hope you all doing. Hey Zombie Bear, hey, hope you all doing very well. And thank you, Faust, and hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, always fun with that. When you just want to entertain, and the tools don't quite work, right? Right, so for Rubicante, the things we need to worry about is we need light parties. The way the fight works, as you may know from normal, is that he will do this thing with the rings that spin and whatnot. According to the guide I found, all we need to worry about is when he puts down the rings initially, the shape of the lines, there will be somewhere that almost looks like cat ears. That's where he's going to hit. Then on the second attack, that is essentially where he's not going to hit. Or rather, he will hit on a triangle on the opposite side. The cat ears might not be there. According to the guide, they focused on a triangle, not the cat ears. So the key is look for cat ears, dodge those, then look for a triangle shape, or two halves, or 2/4, or 2/3 of a triangle, and dodge that. And then we split into light parties, and he'll do circle AoEs that just spin around the arena while stuff happens. There will be possibly spread markers or stack markers, and we need to make sure they don't overlap. And then he'll do cone AoEs at every I can't remember if it's everyone or most players, but the point is that right after whatever resolves there, we'll have to make sure that we're not in a line. And he will also have enumerations, but according to Nox, we don't have to worry about that. We will see whether that matters or not as people die. However, all things considered, we don't need 2 tanks and we don't need 2 healers to make this work. And yeah, we are going in Unsynced. We're here for the mounts. So we'll have to make some light parties. 2 light parties before we start, but that's really it. That is really it. And thank you, Taldemar. Enjoy whatever you're farming as well. Flames to lick at your heels. Hey, Rob Gero. Hope you're doing well. Right. I can't put anything down before everyone's out of the cutscene, so... Do you make 2 light parties? Perfect. We hope this will work. I believe there's something about Light Party 1 sticks to the north, Light Party 2 sticks to the south, but we'll be spinning around the arena, so, you know, we'll see how it goes. How about the clock spots? Let's see if we can wing that. According to the guide itself, YOLO spreading was good enough, because apparently the cones are relatively slim. So we'll see how it goes. In before I die in particular to YOLO spreads.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
Guess who forgot to click their tank stance? Tank stance! Dun 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 dun. Tank stance.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Away from the caddy is what I was told.
Darkest flames to me.
That's not how it worked. Well, we survived. I'm just blindly trusting the guide, so we'll see how much pain I'll receive as a result.
Naught but ash will remain.
Now we go into the light parties. Well, the Cadius thing didn't seem entirely safe, but it almost worked. This... a little scarier. Radial flagration. Right, those are the cones. We actually have a lot of time to move for that. By the way, sorry Ham and Lana, I'm sure that was my fault. I'll take the blame even if it wasn't. Hey Tape, hope you're doing well. It's been a while.
Flames to lick at your heels.
See, this one is where we just have to figure it out, because the guide stopped there. I don't know. I discovered we can live one, so Wait, there's two.
Darkest flames to me.
Oh, we can live that too. Well then. Well then. Yeah, what ad phase? I know, right? Right, so the key thing is the radial flagration is where we have to spread out. Hey Lisa, hope you're doing well. I am assuming that everyone in the party does not have the mount, but as they start dropping, I'm sure that we will figure it out as we go. I know at least 3 don't have it. Scoliosis, Bahamut. Wow. Wow. Oof. Oh. I usually put out ready checks because sometimes people are not actually ready when the circle goes down. I'll do a pull timer when Last Dance goes down. But yeah, this is way easier, I'm sure, than when it was on content. Like, very much so.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
The glory of fire. Not sure if it's really easier? Well, I don't know. It's faster. That first tip in the guide is not very reliable, is it? The second one seems to be somewhat reliable. By the way, the light parties thing, I think. And here comes the cones. Hey Jason, hope you're doing well. Mount. That was quick. One mount. Enjoy your hunt train, Jason. No OG raiding cat scene. Oh, is Flamespire brand basically raiding cats? Because the last part actually has mechanics. See, that is exactly what I mean, is that by it being faster, it is by extension a lot easier.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
Well, given that advice for the first explosion doesn't seem very consistent, what do we do then? Do we just eat it? Doesn't do that much damage. Like, it almost works. Now let's see this one no longer working. Naught but ash will remain. Hey Lando, hope you're doing well. We already got one mount in 2 clears, so I would say pretty good. And we haven't even wiped. Looks like oh, here come the cones. Looks like the big mistake you can make with those enumerations is mostly overlapping them. As long as you don't overlap them, you'll be fine. It'll hurt, but you'll be fine. Hardest mechanic hits players in order. Skip day 1. Very much raining cats. Oh. You know what? That is an interesting comparison. Yeah. Sounds about right. That's good to hear, Rob Giro. Gazel says his guide works. In that case, I'm wondering what like where your guide says we're supposed to go. There's a limit cut after that that's basically raiding cats. Ah. Hey Zarian, hope you're doing well. Well, let me know when you're ready, Gazel. Hey Moral, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. We already got one mount in 3 clears. That does sound complicated, Gazel. How about we all look at where Gazel goes for the first and learn from Gazel. The Galaxy Brain. Just look at what they do.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
The glory of fire. Is the hitbox so massive? Just Endwalker things. Just Endwalker things. The only reasonable explanation. Just Endwalker things. Hey Rajin, hope you're doing well.
Darkest flames to me. Naught but ash will remain.
Yeah, exactly, Zaf. It like basically if you ever hear jokes about ludicrously large hitboxes, it's usually an Endwalker thing. Like, sure, there might have been very big hitboxes before Endwalker, but Endwalker really took it to a degree where it almost seemed like they were just making it like where they just went like, you know what, screw it, right? Let's just make fun of it. Like, let's just make it stupid. Like, look at this. We're just like waving our weapons like way in the distance from the boss, and he just goes, oof, owie, you got me. Uh-oh. Oh, that's unfortunate, Rajin. I hope you get well soon. And that does suck. But yeah, it gives you more time to draw. That is a pretty big plus, I suppose. Hurry, guys! He's about to do a mechanic! No mount. Yeah, exactly, Moral. We're like... Either we're throwing our weapons at him, we're hitting him with, like, ether as we're swinging our weapons, or we're all just acting. Like, he's just acting like we hit him. By the way, can we get a quick show of hands in-game in the party of who needs the mount? I know me, Sip, and Aradel needs it, and I know Kat mentioned waiting either till they're the last person, or they just gave it with totems. I almost completely goofed up the account. I was like, there's someone missing. Who is it? Oh right, it's me. Ether to elongate our blades. Is the stream fine now? Yeah, it did mention that YouTube was being a little weird as I was starting the stream. So fun! If reducing the resolution resolves it, it very likely is YouTube being a bot. But that's still annoying. Add YouTube hiccup to the bingo. Yeah, sometimes it just is like that. Zombies is nothing a refresh can't fix on our end. Hopefully. I have genuinely had streams where, like, it was almost like the stream itself was cursed. And the thing is, sometimes those cursed streams, I've had individuals go, yeah, YouTube has been weird all day for me. So, at least sometimes, it isn't my fault. And even when it is on my end, I can't do anything. I've tried. I've tried so hard.
Flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
Hey, Caetsu Dragoon! Hope you're doing well. That's right, Moral. Naught but ash will remain. He's like smoking a cigarette. Naught but ash will remain. Wow, that is close. Yeah, that's understandable, Moral. I can say that, like, I have considered doing doing it on OZE, for instance, so that everyone could join. It's just, it's with the lag on my end, it's just too hard to do stuff like this. And it's not super fun to play on such latency. For comparison's sake, my latency on OZE is like 300 ms. It's too much. It's too much.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
The glory of fire. I couldn't possibly tell you what compels me to lean to the right there when he's doing that mechanic. I think it's just that, like, it looks like he's doing, like, a cleave or something. Like, visually, but he's not.
Darkest flames to me.
Exactly, Moral. There's also the part that everyone else in this party are, of course, mostly from EU, I'm pretty sure. So they would all also equally have pretty bad connection, probably. So it would just suck. Hey Jacob, hope you're doing well. Because I remember when we mount farmed this and we joked about, yikes, how only one person learned how to read the spin, so we blamed them for everything. You know, it's pretty funny. At the same time, it also comes with the, well, you could have just learned it yourself. Right? Who cares that he pushes me back? I just need to not overlap the spread marker. It is impressive how just getting enough time to think makes YOLO spreads like that so easy. It did not matter so much if you got hit or not. Or was it that easy to just survive those even when it was current? Or did you do the mount farm and Dawntrail as well? Nope. .5, okay. Still, it's surprising that it just wasn't threatening at all. I'm so directionally challenged. I try to read the spins only to be dead wrong. And sometimes dead in the process. Oh! Yeah, that would be a problem. You have to do at least 6 minutes of the fight. How much are we doing? Like 3? Imagine if the boss actually could fight back.
The
Imagine if he actually would fight against you just getting your loot. Imagine that.
Flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
The darkest of flames. There is something really funny about this kind of super complicated, like, sort of complicated mechanic just being like, people look at it and go, nah, figured it out. It's that easy. Like, just find a pattern to it and boom, you're done. Like, it is quite impressive how we do that. And by we, I mean, like, you know, guide makers and such. And players in general, just finding these patterns. Oh, that was nice. And the big brain strat, if you need to cough in the middle of a boss pull, just don't. Just hold it until the fight is over. It's that easy. If we screwed up, we got to the limit cut and probably wiped. So, see, now that's funny. Because I feel like that's how, like... at least that's how people, present something like raining cats now. Is that because it comes up so infrequently in farm parties and such, or, you know, reclears, if it happens, there's a real possibility that it's just, welp, F. Alejandro says, are you gonna get stuff from the Moogle event? Definitely. I usually get most of the the stuff that I need by just doing like the weekly things that appear and such, and then I just hang out in the gold saucer and do the gates. Like, it's surprisingly effective. And I don't need that much. I noted every single item that I don't have, and that adds up to like 300 Mark Tomes. But just doing the weekly stuff and such leads to like 170 already, so it's not that much. Now the question is whether I will climb Heaven on High for that. Yeah, that can happen, Alejandro. That can happen. Exactly, Matthew. Just don't. Thus says, sometimes I sneeze so big that it leads to me dying in game. Exactly. And sometimes having to sneeze at just the wrong time means that you die. I'll say, Rocky, hope you're doing well. The inverse Typhon strategy. Sometimes I hold my breath when I'm doing something that's actually difficult, like playing a difficult passage on guitar. Yeah, I usually hold my breath when I'm doing something really, really greedy or really dangerous in Palace of the Dead. Like as if me holding my breath and like sucking in my stomach somehow makes my character better at dodging. It doesn't. Like, you know, less likely to be caught. It doesn't. Something that is worth mentioning, Agent Monica, is the titles and achievements for soloing the deep dungeons. If I recall correctly, they only count if you do it from floor 1. So, just, you know, for your own sake, that you don't finally make it, and you're like, why didn't I get an achievement or anything? But of course, it could be handy for practicing if you know for a fact that that you won't make it anyway. Also, Lamau, Hams, taking the tank buster with me just for the heck of it. I'm also a tank with a gun, and I'm not quite a gunbreaker. To check out these guns. Exactly. Nope. He really got our hopes up there. Like right out the gate with a mount on the second clear, and then he's like, "Oh, you expected more." No. Oh, fair enough, Agent Monica. That is unlucky. No caster? Oh yeah, no caster. That's probably fine. Jacob says, at the end of my mount clears, we had to LB3 through the raining cats. Ando says, for some reason my weekly challenge is a level 90 trial, but I'm not even in Stormblood yet. Yeah, that can happen. The best way I can explain it is that the Mock-Tome event has always kind of been like... It's not necessarily presented like that, but it's always almost been like... like the Mock-Tome event is there to like tide the players over that don't have anything to do. Whereas if you haven't even cleared Stormblood yet, then you have plenty of stuff to do. But that doesn't mean you can't participate. But that does explain why they just go, oh yeah, your weekly challenge is something you straight up can't do. Just too bad. My weekly challenge is Nidhogg. Normal. Can we trade? I wouldn't mind trading.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
Sarah's weekly with Mount Ordeals. That is interesting. Now, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have counted if you were here. Because this isn't normal.
The glory of fire.
It is particularly funny that I think it was the previous Mock Tome event, I think, where someone had, like, a person on the free trial had rival wings as their weekly objective. Like, that's just mean.
Darkest flames to me.
Because rival wings, just like, one thing is that it pops even in Mock Tome event times. It usually pops at specific times of the day. It just pops a little bit more than on normal days. But on top of that, if you're on the free trial, you can't play PvP. So it's just like the game just going, yeah, you don't have a weekly objective this time. Just F. You don't get to have one. Leandro says, I don't even know what my trial is, it just says question marks. The reason why they do that is because telling you what it is could be a spoiler. So they usually, like, they might tell you how to get it, if it's not something obvious. But broadly speaking, they will not tell you what it is, because it could be a spoiler. Uh-oh. Zab says there's someone spamming on Twintania about Rival Wings every time there is a Moogle event. Yeah. See, here's the thing, by the way, for those curious. The Moogle event, whenever it's there, Rival Wings is one of the best farms if people are queuing for it. As in, the Mock Tomes per hour is really good if you're not sitting in queue all the time. So if you can just get people to queue, then it'll be good. But you need people to queue. There's also the part that some of the people that advertise Rival Wings like that, like, they actually want to play Rival Wings, but they need you to join for there to be Rival Wings at all. So of course they'll advertise it. It's also a problem when it is essentially one of the best Mock Tome farms if people are doing it. But if people are not doing it, it's not good. Okay, then it's actually really bad. Leandro says, I still haven't played Rival Wings. Is it fun? No. You tell me. I've never done it. I have tried queuing for it in a Mock Tome event, and it didn't pop. And I tried, like, I gave it some time, but then I had to do something else. So I just gave up, and I haven't tried since. Like, I just don't care enough. Hey GB, hope you're doing well. Is pleasantly surprised to get Voidcast Days as the weekly. Oh, nice. And hey, Midichlorian, hope you're doing well as well. Darkest flames to me. And P8 also had a guy saying, "Leave naught but ash in your wake." We really caught up on the ashes in this raid tier, huh? Is there anything specific you want from the event? You got the Falcon mount. Want the jacket. And the hairstyle. After that I'm getting the MGP cards. I don't have the magic bed. And there's a few other things that I don't have, but there's actually nothing in particular that I want. I've just jotted down everything that I don't have. And just noted that I'll get those. The jacket I have from a previous Mock Tome event. Hey Skylar, hope you're doing well. Nope, no mount. Waiting to see how much the market board crashes before I buy that bet. That is also a good point. Oh, Rubicante card. I didn't have that. I imagine that I will just hold my mock tomes for a bit and then just buy the things when I have for everything, possibly. Yep, Sip has to BRB. We'll wait for 2 minutes for Sip. Zab says, I was just looking at where to get the things that I don't have. Was thinking of farming E6 and for an Equestrian roll. Oh yeah, that's also a thing you can do. If you see that one of the things from mock tomes is like, you need so many mock tomes that it would actually be easier to just farm the thing normally. Like that's pretty smart to consider. The main reason why I just jot down the things I don't have and just do, like, get them that way is because genuinely sometimes I'll, you know, I don't know, I'll be discussing something on Discord or whatever. Maybe I'll be writing a manuscript for a video and my character could be anywhere. So I'll just put it in the gold saucer. And then when a gate happens, I'll just do that. And I'll gradually accumulate mock tomes really fast. I can remember one day where I was just like writing manuscripts and hung out in the gold saucer for several hours, and I think I got like 100 tomes from that. Is there a job that you don't like or like the least? Depends on what aspect we're looking at. For instance, aesthetically there isn't really a mount that I don't... a job that I don't like, sorry. Not really. Practically, I find both Ninja and Bard very difficult to play, which makes it less fun for me, essentially. But especially Bard is a job that I wish I was good at, because it looks so awesome when it's good. I'm just not good at it. Like, basically, whenever I play Bard on stream, what you need to look out for is how often I drop my dots or forget to swap song. Like, it takes 1,000,000% of my concentration to play Bard well. And then I'm still not that good at it. But I don't dislike any jobs. There are just some that I like a little bit better. Hey Aquatail, hope you're doing well. Doesn't matter what job I'm playing, if I have a dot I'll forget to reset it. You know, that is understandable. I'm pretty sure if I play a healer, if something unexpected happens and I suddenly have to like go 1,000,000% focus on keeping the group alive, the first thing that goes is my dot. What do you think your biggest reason of struggle with Bard is? There's too many moving pieces. I'm pretty sure that if I really, really went, I'm gonna be the best Bard main, I would probably change my UI so that my dots are closer to the rest of my, like, to my hotbars and such. And with enough practice, the song rotation stuff would probably be easier as well. But the thing is, I play most jobs surprisingly frequently. So, like, I only have, you know, space to main, like, a few things at a time. And I'll choose something that is a little easier so that I can be really good at it instead of being like, because I don't invest enough time in it. Do you think they need to combine stuff? No. My point of view on it is that I can make funny jokes about what I think should be changed about Bard. I can come up with suggestions of what I think would be better, but the ones that really should be the ones speaking on... Oh, mount drop. The ones that should be the ones speaking about Bard changes should be the ones playing Bard. And I'm not that. So I don't know if they should combine some stuff. Two mounts and 11 clears. Combine the entire cycle into one button. Just mash one. I feel like getting people into new jobs is also important, right? Sure. But the thing is, the chaos that Bard provides is a style. And some people like it like that. So saying that because I can't play it well, it should be changed is a little bit self-centered, if that makes sense. Like, let the ones that enjoy it as it is speak on what would be better. Sometimes it would be good to like have a second opinion on that. Like, the players that enjoy what it is might enjoy that it is a complete like nonsense job in some cases, and I'm not talking about Bard in particular. I'm talking like a job is like completely nonsensical and chaos, but they like it like that. That doesn't justify that it stays like that if it's complete chaos. Like, the thing is, for all the summoners saying that the Shadowbringers summoner was perfect as it is, I was a summoner main in Shadowbringers, and I said that summoner was jank as F. Super mega jank. And something needed to be changed. It was trying to be too many things at once. The thing is, Endwalker Summoner basically delivered exactly what I said it needed to. It just focused on a different thing that I wanted them to. Like, they decided to go all in on the Summon Bahamut kind of style. I would probably have gotten rid of the Summon Bahamut stuff. Like, if I was the job designer being told we're reworking Summoner, I would probably have gotten rid of Summon Bahamut. Hey Rust, thank you so much, and I hope you have a good evening. And the reason why I would have gotten rid of Summon Bahamut is because it completely breaks the whole management of pets stuff and the management style of rotation that Summoner had. Because if you're forced to step away from all that to fight alongside Bahamut for 20 seconds every minute, then you simply don't have time to manage dots and manage your pets and whatnot. Like, there's just, like, there's too much of your rotation dedicated to not that. So like that's what I would do. Like just as a starting point is I would get rid of Summon Bahamut. If it was me designing Endwalker Summoner. But you can also see by me starting with that, my perspective of what I would want Final Fantasy XIV Summoner to focus on is completely at odds with what the actual job designer or designers wanted. And just saying, I went into Endwalker playing Summoner and liking it. So it's not like I was like, well, this isn't what I wanted, so this sucks. Midichlorian says, I really don't like it when I see someone going, I like this job, so this other job has to play the same. Yeah, exactly. That's a classic. That is a classic. I like how this job plays, and this other job doesn't play like that, so I don't like it. They should play like that, too. Bondi says, I want every single summoner skill to be a separate dot that needs 100% uptime. You know what? That's not exactly what I was going for, but like we're in the same ballpark, Bondi, because I would have emphasized the management rotation of Summoner. Like that's what I would have focused on, is like the whole thing that manages dots. It actually manages its MP. And then it uses things like Ruin when everything is running. Like, if you go far enough back in time, Ruin 1 did so little damage that it was pretty clear just from reading it that the only reason you would use Ruin 1 is if there was literally nothing else you could do. That's how bad it was. It sucked that much. Intentionally. Sounds like Dragoon just clicking one to... You know, that's a good point, Kat. If the dot management job had 12 different dots that all last 30 seconds, then ultimately what it would boil down to is you just use each one. And then you start at the beginning again, right? And that's the thing, Midichlorian. I want you to know that what I'm thinking of is not even... I'm not even thinking of Shadowbringer Summoner. I'm not even thinking of Stormblood Summoner. I'm not even thinking of Heavensward Summoner. Already in Heavensward, they had already taken the wrong turn. Because Dreadworm Trance made it so that you had a burst about every minute or so, I think, where you just spammed Ruin 3 that hit like a freight train. Like, already there, they had goofed it. Like, in that department and started going down the wrong turn. I'm talking about a Realm Reborn Summoner. Like, there, as far as I can see, going through the history books, the rotation was actually mainly just dot maintenance. The thing is, Summoner back then was, as far as I understand, really garbage. Like, it was really weak. Return to 1.0 Summoner, I'm pretty sure Summoner was added with a Realm Reborn. Whoops. I'm pretty sure it was added with the Realm Reborn. But yeah, essentially, they added Dreadworm Trance, and then they built on that, and just gave them more and more explosive burst.
Naught but ash will remain.
You know, Bondi, if that's true, then Heavensward must have been an absolutely incredible upgrade. Considering how much you praise it. Uh-oh. This has now turned into a DPS check, everyone. Skylar says one of my free company mates thinks Phoenix should have been a separate summoner that focused more on healing. The idea is good, but it just wouldn't work with how Final Fantasy XIV works. It would have made more sense if, like, when Stormblood came out, they introduced Red Mage as some sort of, like, actually mixed healer DPS kind of thing, and then, like, managed to make that work. Because then Summoner could also be that. Exactly, Zav. If Phoenix did that, then no one would use it. Just by design of how the game is balanced, no one would use it. That kind of thing could have worked if every raid didn't demand 2 healers. That is also a good point, Cat. If we had such a system where there was DPS and then like mixed DPS, you could also have like the mixed DPS. You could have something like Dragoon being like it could off tank, but main tank maybe not. Like you could have things like that where like there are tankier DPS and more supportive DPS that could like if you have like. It could be like a more risky composition where you have that instead of like double healers and double tanks. Like, if the game was designed for that, then it might have worked. But the game is not designed for that, so. But usually, the players that come from the perspective of something like Phoenix should be a like healing button for Summoner often look at the game in a I don't know if the word is more pragmatic sense, but at least looking at the game as if it's far more flexible than it is. Not realizing that there's a reason why Red Mage is basically a one step removed from just straight up pure DPS with no nonsense. Whereas in pretty much any other Final Fantasy game, a Red Mage is sort of like a mixed guy that can do a little bit of everything.
Darkest flames to me.
I'm unwilling to alter my position, so delete Summoner. Oh. Unfortunately, I've decided that your argument is invalid, so just delete everything.
Naught but ash will remain.
I mean, it's certainly honest, right? Remember us. The justification is called red mage or red mage is because they use white and black magic. Just that all but 2 of their spells in both categories are just damage spells. Yeah, exactly. I remember... Oh, mount! Whoops, actually it's everything. Oh. I rolled a 2. Fantastic. Three mounts and 14 clears. Yeah, that was also something that I thought about when I unlocked Red Mage. When I got into the game initially, was that it's a little strange that in a weird way, if you think about it, Red Mage, as far as I know, technically has more white magic than black magic. Because they have, for every black magic spell they have the corresponding white magic spell. What team was Nox in? Which light party? 1 or 2? But yeah, in addition to that, Red Mage then also has Valkyr and Varese. You went light party 2? Alright. Just giving the quick summary for Agent Monica. After the tank buster on me, there will be these circle AoEs circling. When those come out, you join the part of the raid that goes to Sip, who has a 2 marker over his head. Generally, you're going south. Wouldn't it be weird, Sally, if there was a class in World of Warcraft that could only play... that couldn't play the DPS role? Like, if you think about it, like, the reason why it kind of works in Final Fantasy XIV is because you can just play a different job. If you don't want to be a tank, for instance, you can just play something that isn't a tank. It's a little weird also with Final Fantasy XIV, because by that same token, it's like, but what if I want to be a warrior but not a tank? But the best way I can sell that one is, then you're playing the wrong game. Like it's not quite a very fair comparison, but it would be a little bit like getting into chess and then being like, why can't we have turns simultaneously? Because that's not how the game is designed. I don't know what to tell you. That's not how the game works.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Sorry about what, Nox?
Darkest flames to me.
Real-time chess is a game someone designed. Board is rather interesting in how they designed it to enforce the rules. Yeah, but that exactly it, is that is different enough from actual chess that it's not called... like, it's not the same as chess. Which is to say that getting into, for instance, Final Fantasy XIV and being like, why can't I be a DPS warrior, is like going, why can't we just have turns simultaneously in chess? Because the game wasn't designed for that. So now you could design it for that. Like you could just change it and make it designed for that. Boom, problem solved, right? But I agree with that still. It is interesting that it is like that. I can also imagine a lot of the players coming from like different MMOs are like, why is it that the jobs are so strict in this game? Also, I imagine this one even more so. Like if you come from an MMO where like there are starter classes and they like branch into different things, you would look at the classes in Final Fantasy XIV and be like, what's the point of this when they all turn into one thing? And then you see Summoner and Scholar and you're like, oh, but why did they only do that once? You know? Ironically, adding rules or removing rules to chess are both reductive to its complexity. Yeah, in a way. Also, hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. Oh, another Rubicante card. I also like just the other day I saw like a short where this person showed off. I think it was called Chess versus Checkers, where like one player is playing essentially chess pieces and the other player is playing checkers pieces. And part of what mattered there was that they people were saying that checkers was getting an unfair advantage because they had to make it so that checkers pieces could basically step out of bounds to like capture chess pieces. And then they demonstrated that if they couldn't do that, then the chess player could win with just the queen. Like just the queen. And it didn't really matter what else you could give the checkers player, because as long as the queen is on the edge of the board, then the checkers player can't do anything. Thank you, Sally. Isn't a big part of checkers also that you have to take the pieces if it's possible? Yes. Which means that that essentially the chess player could use all of their other pieces to bait the checkers player into a position where the queen can take them. It is a common rule that in checkers, if you can take a piece, like your move has to be that. If you have multiple pieces you can take, you can choose. But if the opponent moves a piece into position so you can take it, then you must take it. Question is if in such a match a chess player would also have to follow that rule. I imagine they wouldn't, because the chess player only has to follow chess rules. Which is a really, really weird idea for a game. But it's also quite interesting. It's just like a thought experiment, right? In that case, Sally, you might also find it funny to know that a lot of the rules that people just take for granted in Monopoly are homebrew, that no one bothered to check. And a lot of the rules in Uno are homebrew rules that no one bothered to check. Gun. Zab says, people who think Monopoly takes forever playing with rules that don't actually exist. That is very likely. Very likely. If I remember correctly, the last time I played Monopoly was with friends from university, and people were drinking. I wasn't, though, so I was pretty clear on what to do. But because we were so many people, I believe we played it as, like, pairs. Like, per piece, there were 2 players. But, you know, there was one team, or rather one player that was responsible for the bank. And it turned out, after we had, like, played, I would say at least 1, if not 2 hours longer than we should have played, that the bank player had been scooping money from the bank to, like, his team for at least the past hour when people weren't looking. And basically was like, yeah, your team won, like, ages ago. Fun that. Would have in order to take a piece in chess, you had to play a second nested game of chess to occupy the space. Oh boy. Exactly, Sally. In the moment, I was furious. But looking back on it, it's really funny. Oh, even better, Bondi, with that nested chess idea. You have to play a game of chess. Wait a minute. If you have to play another game of chess to occupy the space, does that mean that in the nested game you have to do that again, which means that you'll never get to do a move? Or how many steps are we going down? How deep does the rabbit hole go? Zab says I prefer more obscure board games like Arkham Horror and Descent. I really like board games where it's more like you're all up against the game. Yannick says back like 15 years at least. We were playing it as a family. My younger brother went to jail and sort of forgot about it, becoming a spectator of the whole thing. Once he realized, he asked, but when's my turn? You got a life sentence, deal with it. Wow. That is mean, though. Like, he has to have his turn every round. But yeah, speaking of, like, classic homebrew rules, like, sometimes you can even see exactly how those homebrew rules come about, right? The rule that, oh, you can't actually demand rent from your properties if you're in jail, you know exactly how that came about. The person with the hotel on the really expensive property was in jail, and someone landed on his property, and then suddenly, oh, but you can't demand rent if you're in jail though, and he's like, nah, and he's like, yeah, it's true, it's totally true. Don't check the manual. You have to trust me on this. That's 100% how that rule came about. He got so mad he rage quit the whole thing. In fairness, Yannick, after getting skipped several turns for that, he might as well quit, right? And more importantly, he was probably saved when you really think about it. He didn't have to play anymore. Whew! You couldn't demand rent on turn 1? That is an interesting rule. Said person had a story about getting bankrupt on turn 1. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. That was what I was thinking, that they probably have a story. That's how it works. There was a story. But I will also say I can see the logic in that. It means that it is slightly less sucky to go last on turn 1. Because at least you can't get, like, just because someone else went first and bought the property and you happen to roll exactly the same number as them, you don't get screwed over. Like, it's not that bad. Because on turn 1 that can't happen. Like, I can see the justification for such a rule. But I don't think I would play with it. Ugh. Matthew says, I mean, getting screwed over for rent is kind of the point. That is true. That is, I think that was that what Bondi said? Playing Monopoly without any house rules is going to be boring because that's the point of the game. Mount! One more mount! It's 4 mounts and 18 clears. That's pretty good. Does the mount charge rent? Good question. I don't think I've ever played Uno without any house rules, Sally. Because the thing is, if you try to play Uno with only the actual rules, the franticness of the various house rules that have come out throughout the years results in players just, you know, jumping at the chance to enforce such a rule. So you would really have to sit down and decide to play with no house rules, and then read the manual to see what rules are actually there, because I don't think most people know what are the house rules and what are not, and I don't know. Hey Shaq, I hope you're doing well.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
I also haven't played Uno very much because I find the franticness of the game unenjoyable.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Coaster says, is it common to play Uno such that you can play multiple of the same number card but it's potentially different color in one turn? I don't know.
Darkest flames to me.
Munchkin, that's also fun. Been a while since I played that. That one is also one where you can get completely screwed over by bad luck. Hey Shackman, hope you're doing well. And welcome to the stream. And welcome to the game.
Naught but ash will remain.
Have you tried those? No. Hey Tongue, hope you're doing well. But yeah, I can also, by the way, Shackman, I can totally relate to that thing with like a game like an MMO that can be such a time investment to be like actively avoiding it because of the sheer commitment it might be to actually play it. And who knows if you'll enjoy it once you actually try it, right? Haunted House on the Hill is also really fun. Although that one is also incredibly randomly balanced. I both had games of that where the haunt itself just loses immediately. And games where it's like, the instant the haunt began, the game is over. Jackman says, it's less the commitment and more the people I knew online who played it just came off as really judgmental and rude, turned me away. Yeah, that's understandable. The thing is, I will say, the average Final Fantasy XIV player either does not care, like, how you go about it, or as long as you're trying, as long as you're trying your best, there's very few players that will even bat an eye if you're playing, somewhat badly. They don't care. As long as it's clear that you're trying. But the thing is, there are always bad apples.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
And yeah, there will of course always be players that will never be satisfied. Those are in all games.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Ka-chunk.
Darkest flames to me.
Darkest flames to me! I have questions, Sip. Why? Why? There's a possibility, I think, that... oh, never mind. I think there is a possibility that if there will be stack markers, that they'll both be on this side. It's fine. Tank will handle it. Yeah, the really toxic players are super rare. The blue AoE you get sometimes, that is an enumeration marker. It means that it does bad things if not the correct number of players are in it. Usually the correct number is 2. And in this particular case, the bad thing it does is it hurts a lot. Now, it doesn't hurt enough. Which is why we sort of just... whatever. Don't need a healer, I guess. I don't know. Do we? There's also the part that I don't know if Sip would want to be DPSing instead. I think it's fine that we do it like this. We have a healer just in case. But we might not need a healer, actually. Exactly, we want a healer. That sounds about right, Cat. We call it safety measure. It also seems like the stack markers consistently go on the on a tank and a healer, for us at least. Zip. Zip. The sage weapons from this look dope? I don't know, they're probably wings if I recall. It's fine, Sip. We will go with tank and healer like this. It's fine.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
He's going to have trouble with math. He doesn't have an equal.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Bam!
To me.
But I will also say, in regards to the toxic player situation, is that I have heard some players have a lot more bad experiences than others, and like I can't say necessarily that like if there is a specific correlation, but my guess is like I can say all I want that all you have to do is try, and then no one's gonna like get on your case for it. But there will be people that will complain, even if you're just legitimately not that good. Like, you're still learning. Like, there will be people that will get mad at you and toxic at you for that. So, if you are less experienced with the game, and it takes you longer to master it, then you're more likely, I would guess, to run into some toxic players. And some of them don't care how much you're trying. You've gotten too far in the game and are not good enough. So, for some reason, you deserve to be talked to like that, which is absurd, of course. The first victim of the Pegasus Baron has just been bought. Wait, what? Mount. 5 mounts in 21 runs. Nox says, you get to Dawntrail, now you have to play as someone doing M4S. Wait, wrong. Play as well as someone simming M4S. That's actually surprisingly accurate.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
The glory of fire. Strange that doesn't do any damage to me. It's just weird to me.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Hey Silva, hope you're doing well. What 1-2 macro? The ones that I put the 1 and 2 markers on? What do you mean?
Dark flames to me.
It's not a macro. It's doing this. And then I just used F1 and F2 to target myself and Sip. Although I think it would be relatively easy to make a macro to put 1 on player 1 and 2 on player 2. But yeah, I don't have a macro for it. I just do it quickly. Manually. Mostly manually. This is a weird angle. F1 and F2 is used for something else. Yeah, fair enough. If you have something bound to target specific party members, then you can do that. And yes, Jackman, Final Fantasy XIV has a lot of bosses and enemies in general that are basically references to other Final Fantasy games. Oh, mount drop again! So if you play other Final Fantasy games, you might see a lot of references. Six mounts in 22 runs. I believe Ham said they had to go now. Is that right? What team was Ham in? Does anyone remember? Like which light party? Ham was in 1, so that means Rust, you're in light party 1. One is tank party, that is correct. I'll put a marker up, so don't you worry, Rust. As a warrior, is there a certain order of defensive you use, or just the one that fits the situation? It's a mix. In dungeons, I sort of have a specific order. I do kind of talk about that in my warrior guide, I think. But what really matters is that you think about what cooldowns you're using and when. Like in a big dungeon pull, just as a tip, like for any tank, like leading with the big things is a good idea. Although specifically especially with warrior, leading with raw intuition or bloodwetting because of how insane they are, is often a good idea. I explain all of that in my warrior guide, I believe. But the important part is thinking about what you're using. Like here, the reason why I'm using Damnation and Bloodwetting is because Damnation is the biggest cooldown and he has 1 tank buster. So might as well throw it out there, right? And also Damnation counterattacks. So that's free damage, technically. And then I could also use Rampart, there's nothing else I need it for. But thinking about what defense you use and how much you need is what matters. The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The Archfiend of Wind has no plus sign.
The glory of fire.
If we work together, we have the signs necessary to do 2 + 2. But alone, alas. All I have is flames to lick at your heels.
Darkest flames to me.
Darkest flames to me. Unfortunately, we're out of the darkest flames. You can have the second darkest flames. Hey Lucas, hope you're doing well. Burn! You know, we would burn more if you actually targeted us. Somehow it worked out. Looked like no one got the solo damage, at least. You know, what really impresses me is how quickly we get so consistent on this. And also, I know that the people that are joining in the middle are likely to have seen us do it like 10 plus times, so it's not like that incredible that they also know what to do, but it's still like, no one's dying. Yeah, I know, Silva. We had a poll earlier where Zip died and we had 2 stack markers on the same side, but one of them was on me, and I didn't even need my invuln to take it for the stack markers. And the enumerations we've seen that people don't even die if they're like a DPS taking it alone. But we specifically saw that Gazel, who had one of the enumerations, basically took no damage here despite appearing to take it alone, which should mean they take a lot of damage. But that is true. We are pretty safe. Thank you, Michael. Hope you have a good evening.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
But it's also more that we're not having anyone really get hit by the cone AoEs and such anymore, and we're not having, well, not really, and we're not having anyone die to overlapping the cones later. Like, I think that's pretty good. Mostly. Mostly. Mostly consistent.
Naught but ash will remain.
Even the tank buster turned out to be survivable by a ranged physical, as we saw with Ham taking it with me earlier. Although I don't know if Ham had like really stacked the deck with defensive cooldowns. I wasn't paying attention to that. Oh. What? I was a little fast to get into position for the cone baits. You played Viper, what are your thoughts? Viper is one of my favorite jobs to play. I think people exaggerate, quote-unquote, how easy it is. It's not that I'm saying that it's super hard, but I'm saying that people are saying it's a lot easier than it is. But that's not what matters. The important part is that it's fun. And I think it's fun. Hey, Perrin. Hope you're doing well. Strangers for Paradise. I think we've talked about that before, but I'll take the bait in case you're throwing it to be funny. I really love Strangers of Paradise. I think it's a great game. Unfortunately, it has really wacky performance issues on some PCs, which includes this one. So big Fs for me, I guess. Also that, the Viper rotation is like... Just generally, the Viper rotation is one of the highest APM, if not straight up the highest. I'm pretty sure it has the highest APM. So if you can't deal well with that, then it's not easy. Even if it's really obvious what you need to press. How do you feel about the Mandeville questline? I have actually not started the Mandeville questline in Dawntrail. Ninja doesn't feel as fast. Yeah, the thing is that Ninja is really high APM in its burst. And then it just is like, meh, for the remainder of the minute. Like every minute. Whereas Viper has really high APM all the time. Ham also says, when I took the tank bust, I used both Tactician and Dismantle. Oh, well then we have the answer. How Ninja shames you for messing up? I think it's kind of cute. Speaking of which, Michael, in regards to Viper, that is actually something that I had a lot of fun with in the current Alliance raid. Uh-oh. That as Viper, because of like certain sections having like short periods of AoE, as it were, and then more single target. Like for instance, on the dragon boss, you can sometimes gain a little bit of damage, quote unquote, gain a little bit of damage by not starting an AoE 1-2-3 combo. Because if you start it, you really want to finish it, and if you finish it, then you lose 100 potency on your next regular 1-2-3 combo. It's a really, really small thing, but I think it's entertaining that you can do that you can use, you know, your Vicewinder combos and even a Reawaken to, like, get around that potential loss. They do look pretty cool. Dagnate shames you so much more for a mess up than Ninja does. Well, the difference is that for the most part, it is more obvious when the game shames a ninja. Nox's Viper spins a lot of plates. They aren't hard to spin, but why did I pick up so many plates? That's a good way to put it.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
But it is a funny thing, because I feel like Viper's running into a similar issue as Summoner did, especially in Endwalker, is that Summoner it was, and I think still is, considered so easy that people are basically making jokes out about even considering looking up a guide for the job, which then leads to players not bothering to, and then playing the job wrong. And not realizing or caring because they were told it was that easy, so does it matter? And Viper might sometimes run into a similar issue, that people are exaggerating how easy it is, which leads to players getting it wrong. Because, oh, it's so easy that you don't even need to check. Meh, not entirely. If you have hands, you can play Summoner. Yeah, see, the key here, Perrin, is that we don't know everything about that sample, first of all, but more importantly, there's a big emphasis on can in that one. And I'm just reiterating what I was just saying, is that I've seen a lot of players basically go, Summoner is so easy, it basically plays itself, by the way I do, and then they list something that is incorrect. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that the exaggeration of the easiness of the job leads people to go, well, it doesn't matter what I do, does it? And then they do something weird with it. Exactly, Tongue. If I hear click the glowy button one more time. That's also why I made the joke about Viper. If you're playing Viper correctly, there are several points in your rotation where there will be 4+ buttons glowing all at once. So it becomes, which glowy button? And same, Michael. I also like learning. Gazelle was in Light Party 1. Does that mean Shaq is in Light Party 1? So for the when we split up in North and South, you go with the 1 marker. And there is a wrong choice of what glowy button you press. Yeah, exactly. There are multiple options, but there is a wrong choice. Sally says, too many times have I forgotten when mechanics happen, and Ifrit causes issues as a result. Exactly. Hey, Rithian, hope you're doing well. The combo system is very unintuitive, both because of how condensed the buttons are and because of how the combos branch. Yeah, I could see that. The thing is, Viper is one of those where it's a lot easier once you know how to do it. Which is ridiculous, of course. Like, thanks, so what you're saying is it's hard until I understand it. Yes. Also that, Parent. I feel like that's actually part of the problem with why people get so, like, hard stuck in the job, is that they look at it as, well, you do Titan, then Garud, and then Ifrit, and that's the only way to do it. And some people that don't watch a guide on it, or don't care, will instead go, well, I just do Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, because that's the order I learn them in. And again, they don't consider the imagination to, like, branch if they have to. Also, 3 Vipers.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
But that's also why I usually say, when people say that a job is basically trivial and anyone can play it, is that I either go, imagine one of your parents playing it. Of course, the argument there can sometimes be, yeah, well, my dad is a hardcore gamer, so he would easily do it. But a lot of the time, people will go, you know, that's a good point. I'm not actually sure. Gazel was our anchor point for this. What do we do now? Another one that I use is also going and comparing it to a simpler game. Like, the rotation of Summoner is a lot more complicated than a lot of other games. Tongue says the stereotype of warrior being brain dead annoys me as well. Yeah, the thing is, I think the way warrior mains have embraced it is very funny. Is that it has basically reached a point where the people that are actually maining warrior unironically basically go, yeah, and so what? What are you gonna do about it? So what? We're happy with Felcleave. You're not happy with what you have. And it's really funny, because Warrior didn't get that much more than anyone else for Dawntrail, but somehow it seems like Warriors are relatively happy with what they got dealt. Exactly. Big X. That is pretty funny, Tom. I remember someone recently appreciated that my Dark Knight guide was supposedly the only Dark Knight guide that didn't spend a huge percentage of the video making edgelord jokes. But hey, I'm saying the difficult part about making a guide in that aspect is that you want to deliver the information, but you also need it to be interesting enough that you don't lose the person who's watching. Yeah, so there's one set that you can tell if the warrior is good or not from the frequency of thrill of battle used. Then I must be terrible, because I often there's a lot of time where I don't use thrill of battle very much.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
You think next expansion will be an even bigger fill cleave? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they do some major changes, but who knows?
Flames to lick at your heels.
Fell volcano. I feel like we kind of already have that with primal ruination.
Dark flames to me.
Fell meteor then. Ah, alright, Tychron. Hope you're doing well.
Naught but ash will remain.
So that is a good point, Yasuo. I feel like from my end, I suppose part of the reason why I don't have that kind of reflex is because my raid team does not have a scholar, at the moment at least. And while we do have one in Uwu, Thrill of Battle does not increase healing received in Uwu. Huh. Berserk squared. You can't expect to spread low in casual content. That is a good point. You would, if you're expecting a spread low in casual content, you're probably you would probably be concerned in the middle of a fight. Michael says, I love that our game has content called Uwu. It's actually pretty funny. I remember that, I think it was when the, like the Shadowbringers Ultimate and such started coming out, that it really started to dawn on me that people were deliberately going, oh, I sold something. Going, how can we make the shorthand as cursed as possible? And how can we make it catch on? sadly most of them aren't cursed. True.
The Archfiend of Fire has no
I seem to recall that calling the Omega ultimate top was because it was meant to be cursed. But it's like a little vague. And I imagine their target, like the end goal is that they need another ultimate to be called bot.
flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flame.
We need an ultimate called mid. Even better if it then turns out to be kinda mid, right? Yeah, we're doing mid. It's a little mid.
Naught but ash will remain.
Is there a duty called Uwu? It isn't straight up called that, but the Ultima Weapon Ultimate is what it stands for. And yeah, exactly, it is actually called the Weapon's Refrain. Double kill! I mean, while we're on that subject, Silly, I feel like a lot of the time, if you say, yeah, we're doing Mount Ordeals, people will go, you're doing what? Rubicante. Oh, that guy. Yeah. The bald guy. The baldy man. You're getting a lot more clears than we did with Barbie, I feel. Many people remember the fights by their boss, not the duty name. That is also true. Which is also why it's quite handy when sometimes like a really story-relevant character changes to a different name when the boss fight starts. So that when you refer to the boss, the unknowing sprouts don't get mega spoiled.
The glory of fire. Flames to lick at your heels.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Darkest flames to me.
Whamp, whamp.
Naught but ash will remain.
Ruby had all his mechanics after ads. Wait, there are ads? Yeah, I know, right? Where? He's also really mean on normal, by the way. Like, he consistently, like, he has a cutscene planned right in front of your 2-minute burst. Like, exactly so that you have enough time to go, is he doing the cutscene? I can't remember if it's now. You click your raid buff, and then the cutscene starts. It's so precisely, perfectly timed to be mean. Endwalker love to do that? I could imagine. It's probably also not too surprising that that was the expansion that truly introduced the 2-minute burst. It's like they introduced it and then went, let's have fun with it, right?
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
Inferno!
The glory of fire.
It's very glorious. Why didn't it fully envelop us if it's so glorious?
The lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
Okay, this is it. Well, he looks different, doesn't he? He showed up cosplaying, as you can see.
Naught but ash will remain.
A blue mage update, so I can do this on blue mage. I would guess that the blue mage update will be... What's it usually? Is it X3 that the blue mage updates come? Or is it X4? But whichever it will be, it'll probably come alongside the Beastmaster edition. Blam! It's been a bunch of pulls since we got a mount, I think. You hear that, Rubicante? You're falling behind. Beastmaster new class? Yeah, we were told with the, like, that with Dawntrail at some point, like, mid Dawntrail, that Beastmaster will be added as a limited job. It's a limited job. Just like Blue Mage. So, it'll presumably be like an all-rounder, just like Blue Mage. Oh, you can also just go for it, I guess.
To lick at your heels.
Hope they don't make make hunt targets tameable. That will be weird. I would imagine, given how they've done Blue Mage, my guess will be that you'll probably be like fighting open world monsters to tame them or something. Hey Angel, hope you're doing well. So it'll probably not be as bad as like having to look around for like the perfect monster to tame. But we'll see. No need to take to already like assume that it'll be bad and then be extra annoyed when it happens to not live up to your hopes. But we'll see. We will see. Is this going to be a summoning style class? We don't know. I'd imagine the pessimistic expectation is that it'll basically just be actions that like you use an action to summon, I don't know, a curl to come in and do an attack for you, and that's it. The optimistic is that you'll actually be like making use of pets and stuff. Hey Biek, hope you're doing well. Does the AoE through the boss still kill? The conflagration, I don't know, but the cones do if they overlap. As Deep Dungeon 4 is in the works. What do you think will be the new floor wipe item? My bet is Pomander Frenzy making mobs fight each other. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. But I don't know. Yeah, that is conflagration. Yeah, that is conflagration. I don't know if it kills. My guess is no, but I don't think anyone has been hit by it.
The glory of fire.
The glory of fire.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Any volunteers for science? I could probably check it with Holmgang. It probably doesn't kill through invuln.
Flames to me.
But it will also mildly depend on what kind of combination of other mechanics you get on top. Whether I feel in position to do it. I would assume that when Beastmaster comes, that it'll be able to do content with Blue Mage. It would be weird if they just have like 2 islands that are like they're the same category, but they just are not allowed to play together. Although some achievements would, like new achievements would need to be made or be updated in some way at least, for it to make sense. Since there's so many achievements related to Blue Mage that are specifically named for Blue Mage. Where if like they just also added Beastmaster to the achievements, it would look a little strange. Nope. It's not even close to killing. However, crossing the streams in any capacity is lethal. What do you think, Zaf? Do you think they'll just add new achievements? Like, we don't even know what level Beastmaster will be, like, capped at. Maybe they'll just go all the way up to Blue Mage levels right out the gate. But we don't know. Nope. No mount. Although with the pace we're going, we could probably get 100. Like I could probably get 100 tomes just tonight. Or 100 totems. Plot twist: Beastmaster's Blue Mage with a different jobstone. Ha! Now that would be a surprise. And we're almost up to 35 clears.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
The 2 things I learned from Ghostbusters is this. 1, never cross the streams, and 2, if someone asks if you're a god, you say yes. Alright. But just to be clear with the enumerations, it turns out if you have 2, like if 2 enumerations are next to each other, it's better to just take them alone than to even consider overlapping them. Just never take 2 of a thing. I don't know. I'm following everyone else on this mechanic. So, don't take my word for it. Hey, Flash Dave. Hope you're doing well.
Will remain.
Naught but ash will remain. He wants to be a Pokemon Master. Oh, that's nice. YouTube just knew where you needed to be. Hey, Steak. Hope you're doing well. Nope. No mount. Still no mount. I think it's 12 clears since the last mount drop. No mount ordeals. Yeah. No mounts. Haven't gotten any mounts since you left. I don't know. We left on the clear. If you left after clear 22, then no.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
Character's called Ashley. Well, yeah, that also matches us, Take.
Flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
Darkest flames to me. I'll shoot a large like I'll shoot from this triangle shape at you. I'll miss.
Naught but
Blam.
will remain.
Yeah, it does look like we're like averaging like 3 minutes and like 15 seconds, I think, per clear. Something like that. So if we went full blast with no downtime, we would probably have been able to do like nearly 60 runs in 3 hours. Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. It's extra weird when he, like, says it in that exact order. Starts the tank buster. I'll tear you limb from limb. And as the last hit lands, he says, Sloppy. A free trial in Heavensward. I don't know who that is. Sloppy is a guy you will meet in the free trial. You'll know. You'll know when you meet him.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
Is it called Mount Ordeals because getting the mount is such an ordeal? Probably.
The glory.
Although weirdly, Endsinger was not called Mount Ordeals. That was an ordeal. Oh, whoops. I forget that he turns to face me, so to be nice to the melees, I have to stand over here. No, it's the Heavensward dungeon tongue.
Naught but ash will remain.
I'm having a little bit of a sound issue on my end. I hope you can't hear it. Oh, mount! Yeah, exactly, Zip. You know what? I'll pass. I think we can continue until I can just buy it. Now, do I remember how I fix it when I'm live? let me know if you're suddenly hearing certain, like, sound microphone issues, because I do recall that that could happen when I did that while live. You know, let me know. But before we continue, I have to be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Is there any sound issues? Anyone hearing anything weird since I did that change? Testing something? Am I back? Am I back? Thank you. Is it still making weird noise? Alright, we'll just give it a couple minutes, because usually it comes back suddenly. We'll just give it a couple minutes. Because I think I could imagine what the problem is, if that's the case. The reason why the stream might have paused for a moment is because I... Oh, did it again for you. Okay. We try something else. Now we try again. Now we try again. Now I did what Zip did. Unplug and plug back in again. See, the thing is, we've fought this villain before. Like, this one is something else. And I have fought it before. And the problem turned out to be... The way I fix it in my end is by just changing the bitrate like that. But it turned out that that hurts you. I couldn't remember if it would be that bad or if it would still be a problem. We test. Then, because of this setup with Restreamer, it seems I now have somewhat capacity to cut the stream connection and then reconnect without the stream crashing or ending prematurely. So I thought maybe the thing you're experiencing is because of like some sort of disconnect in the stream, so what if I just restart it? Problem solved. Apparently not. So option 3, unplug and plug in the sound card. Is it still good? It's fine? No pain? Because the important thing is that there's no pain for you. Right. So, game plan. As far as I can see, Shaq and me needing the mount. But I'll pass so that I'm the last one. Because I'm getting closer to the totems. And I think with the speed we're clearing, we can probably get all the clears we need. Yeah, sorry about that. What I could hear is basically like a constant, like, noise in my headphones, which is very painful over time, so I needed to fix that. Now, doesn't work if I just pass the buck to you, so you get random noise scratches. That's no fun. No one wants to watch that. I can imagine watching a stream where sometimes someone just suddenly has, like, a jump scare. That's not fun.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
But now we reviewed how to fix it. Next time, I'll just unplug and plug in my sound thing. No need to test a bunch of things, because just go straight to the solution that works. It's that easy. And that's also how it's so easy to test something when it's super frequent. If it's not fixed, it'll happen again, immediately. Uh-oh. Ilana, you seemed so confident.
Naught but ash will remain.
Burn. Nope. I'm glad we could get it resolved, and I got to test a few things. I was really worried for a second that I couldn't reconnect to the stream after I did that stunt. Like, that would be really awkward. And like, that suddenly there would be two streams, one with no ending and another one presumably with no start.
The hard speed of fire has no equal. The glory of fire. Flames to lick at your heels.
And... yeah, that's true, Zab. That is actually a really good point, and I've noticed that too. It's a little weird. It does work. And the thing is, as long as you don't... like, the thing is, you have a little while to reconnect. But when I say a little while, I'm pretty sure it's like less than 30 seconds. Which is strange, like... why can't you be the boss of that? Alando says, is this synced or unsynced? This is unsynced. That is why there's so few mechanics. And yeah, we're 10 levels ahead of it. If I remember correctly, Rubicante was the second extreme and the second raid tier of Endwalker. That's like, you know, middle of Endwalker levels. Hey Iron, hope you're doing well. See, I love tanking, do it all the time, and I'm very close to becoming a mentor. Any tips to give a better party experience? My tip, for instance, for doing dungeons. Just a moment. My tip for doing dungeons is do the big pulls. Don't go too crazy. Do the big pulls if the healer asks you not to. If the healer asks you not to, ask if you can anyways. And unless they're like super, please don't. Like, please don't do the giga pull. Go for it. And if it goes wrong, you take the blame. You'll just say, oh, sorry, I thought we could do it. I'll just pull less. Like, you eat it. That's how I like to do it. Like, I'll push the limit. And then if it doesn't work, I'll take the blame. That is one tip. Aside from that, playing consistently in your duties is a really good starting point. If you want to be the good mentor, I would also say if you get into duties with multiple tank slots, you know, eat the sour apple. Do the thing that the other tank probably doesn't want to do. So if they put on the tank stance and want to pull, unless they're terrible at it, you let them. You'll take the off-tank spot. If you do mentor laps and you land in an extreme with like one of the tanks having a much harder task, then try and offer to do it. But overall, just doing your best is the best you can do. Let's review light parties. Supports in different light parties. Good luck, Iron. Excellent. Also, Zav's tip about bringing potions is also a good idea, especially in lower level duties. Having the correct potion for your level, like for your HP threshold and stuff, can make you extremely powerful as a tank. And even in like higher level dungeons, it can still be quite handy and helpful. But that is like extra. I also have a video on the channel where I have put together a admittedly excessive but like extremely optimized tank set for making it as easy for your team as possible by stacking tenacity. You don't need it, but I mean, it could be fun. I think the video is something about mentor and carrying set or something like that. I can't remember quite how I named it. But yeah, genuinely, you don't need any of that. If you just play really well, that is already good enough.
Darkest flames to me.
It wasn't the same thing, Zip, because Shaq switched to healer. And Shaq was in Light Party 1. I mean, that is true, Alejandro. There are too many level 90 trials, so difficult to determine. Uh-oh. That was the most chaotic adjustment ever. Just people from both sides running across. Straight into the bed. That also has a knockback attached. I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Nope. Still no mount. Oh, Aerodil found the video. There it is. Thank you. I don't know why I sent a pull timer. It's a reflex. We did a ready check. Pull timer. That's not a real one. I saw a standard step activate. I'll pull when the standard step says 1. Sorry, that is a little wacky, but I feel like that is would be very inconvenient of a pull. We're fighting the striking dummies. Just a ready check and then just everyone just jumps at the striking dummies. Damn! It is some sort of you could say it's a type of raider lingo, Alejandro. It's basically that in the game, a party of 4 players is known as a light party. So if a mechanic requires that you're split up in like half the raid and half the raid, then you set up light parties beforehand. And why, like the mechanics in this case don't require that, but it's like Rubicante kind of sets up a situation where where you can't quite cross the arena, and then he does mechanics where it's very inconvenient if you have more than 4 players on one side, which kind of motivates having 4 players on each side, which is what we commonly call light parties. You'll also see that sometimes on Savage Reclears that on M1S we'll call light parties on one of the early mechanics, because it is basically 2 stack markers that we need to like split in half. And ultimately, it could have been called anything. Uh-oh. But because the game already sort of decided that 4 players is a light party, we just call it that. Blob 1 and Blob 2 is less elegant. Hey Krakenbo, hope you're doing well. That would be hilarious though. Could you imagine if that caught on? We have to split up in blobs.
Flames to lick at your heels.
With the kind of ways I refer to mechanics, I would love if that was how people did it. Enjoy your evening, Alejandro. No mount. Unsynced is meant for challenge runs and stuff like that, right? Unsynced is basically designed to do whatever you want. In this case, we're basically making the duty easier rather than harder. By being allowed to go in as level 100 instead of level 90. But yes, you can also use it to like, if you add level sync, which is also an option, then it's often, like it's even more frequently used for challenge runs. Because then you do the run normally, except you're allowing yourself to not be a full party. Or a light party in the case of a dungeon.
The archfiend of fire has no equal. glory of fire.
The glory of fire.
Flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
Darkest flames to me.
Naught but ash will remain.
It's quite interesting. Despite the arena just being a perfectly flat circle like this, the background scenery helps a ton with determining where north is for me. Ugh. Don't cross the streams. Hey, mount! One more mount, then Gazel has it, and then we can get one more mount, or we finish me on totems alone. We'll see what happens. Maybe, like if you had like an alliance raid situation where you needed exactly half and half of the entire, like 24 players, that it would be called Blob 1 and 2. Maybe.
The archfiend of fire has no equal.
Exactly, 12 players is definitely a blob.
The glory of fire. Flames to lick at your heels.
Well, fortunately, Zaf, you can still save it. You can still make it. You didn't forget. You're just late. The rare quadruple raise. Oh boy. Was it on normal or extreme Dragon Mode? Extreme. Did you do it synced? Was it unsynced like this? The enums went wrong, right. Yeah, that's why we're like more focused on not crossing the streams, is that each individual can survive here. But if they overlap, it's death. Same with this one, except if you're a tank, then you can live too overlapping. Doink. Nope. He's squared. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, he does. As others said, what do you mean an ad face? Entire guy is an ad. He's one really big ad. How long does a mob have to last to be considered a boss?
Fire has no equal.
End of Dawntrail, it will be like, what do you mean faces? Yeah, probably.
The glory
If you pump hard enough, you could possibly skip some part of the whole spinning circle AoE's phase by that point, I imagine.
flames to lick at your heels. Darkest flames to me.
Enjoy, silly. I should really push that Primal Red sooner in this particular burst. I keep just barely not making it to it. Not that it really matters. Pickle spears? I don't know what that is. I cast Pickle Spear. Just a long pickle. Oh. Okay, Atomic Petra. Hope you're doing well. Fair enough. Mount. One last one for the road. Well, let's see about that. Hey, Damarel, hope you're doing well. Next mount in 6 runs. Exactly 7 or mount. This is a good old case of the stream ends when I get a mount. Not quite, but wouldn't it be funny? Just the instant the mount appears on screen, just...
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
That sounds pretty good, Damaril. Enough fork weapons, more pickle weapons for 8.0. The first boss is just a huge pickle. And it drops pickle-themed weapons for every job. A lot of jobs suddenly getting maces and hammers. But Dragoon? Dragoon gets a pickle spear.
Darkest flames to me.
Dragoon gets the stick they put in cold sandwiches. Does it also have like a little olive at the end?
Naught but ash will remain.
The olive is the spearhead? Yeah, exactly. I think Dragoon has previously received a weapon that, like, shape-wise is basically that. I can't remember if it was Endwalker or Shadowbringers, but they have a weapon that almost looks like, you know, a spiked mace with, like, a, you know, a spear end. It's a Shadowbringer's weapon. Alright. Don't cross the streams! A mace on a stick? Yeah, pretty much. Flame-cloaked blade. Tongue says, I swear Paladin has a chef cosmetic set. I don't know, but the recent treasure map weapons are all like joke weapons, I believe. Most of them. So maybe there's something there. Yet to see a cover for those. I don't think I've run Like, I've even ran a treasure map since they were added. I just added my treasure maps to the pile going, pay me. I made some good money from that. I'm pretty sure that was the time period where, like, without really trying, I went from, like, stabilizing at 60 million gil instead of 50. Maybe do a treasure map stream sometimes. Maybe. I might. I might. Well, the key being, Tongue, that I don't spend very much gil. I just have a lot. Because I earn a little bit and I spend less than that. Well, at least you're below that for something that you needed, Damarel. I usually recommend having your, like, the first million be a, like, the reserve fund for what you need. And then, you know, trying to have more money than that. The only time I spend skill is to buy the crafted set at the start of the expansion. I mean, I would also buy it for the future raid tiers, and I also buy other things. Well, the good news there, Shackman, is that there's a high likelihood that you can buy it. As long as you're not on the free trial, of course. And by buy, I mean, like, from the market. Just as in get someone else to make it.
The Archfiend of Fire has
Good luck, Tongue. Dragoon says, I have a lot of gil until I feel like spending it on gifts for friends. Ooh. Yeah, that can happen.
flames to lick at your heels.
What is your most disliked trial? Hmm. You know what? Bismarck is a pretty good pick for that one. I like Bismarck, like the design of it, the creativity of the fight itself, but because of the design, it feels like it's just a lot of waiting. A lot of waiting. Sprouts fresh from AR, Ramu. Oh yeah, he's pretty tough. I would say, like, for me, Ramu ranks higher because it's an interesting fight. That's exactly the reason why I was like, my most disliked trial. I don't know, because most of the ones where it'd be like, oh, I mean, that one is pretty hard. I would also go, yeah, that's what makes it more interesting. So I'm probably a bad person to ask that, because I don't really mind any of the trials, I don't think. Not really. Oh yeah, actually the Relic Reborn trials are mildly annoying, I suppose. But they're also really short, so they don't really, they're not that bad. Where does Cardia go? If your answer is on the off tank, if the boss only targets one tank, you're correct. Bruh. Yeah, sure, heal the other tank. I didn't want it anyway. Yeah, that would do it, Damarel. There's a lot of expenses. The thing that usually pulls my cash stack, do we call it that here as well? I know they call it that in RuneScape. Down so that it doesn't go past 60 is that I generally complete my... Like, I'm working on completing all the live quests. And the crafting ones can sometimes get a little expensive if you can't be bothered to make or collect the items for a thing. So it's like, oh yeah, 50,000 for an item that'll take me 10 minutes to get. Yeah, sure. I'll pay. That kind of stuff. That can quickly add up. But you know, if you have 60 million gil, you're probably also going to be like, eh, that's fine. I'll make it back before it becomes a problem. Like, that is the main thing that I had, like, that I spent gil on that can really tank my my income. Yeah, exactly, the convenience tax. Absolutely. It gets particularly awkward when you have those where you just can't buy it. Like, there's none for sale. Then you have to be the one going and buying it. Or maybe they're on sale on a different server. And you have to go on a little road trip. Now that sounds pretty good, Zaf. The important thing is having fun. Nope. Nice one, Tongue. I mean, you could be the You could be the change you want to see. You could make more, like, coordinate more raids yourself. For my odds of not getting Crystal Tower for my Alliance Raid Roulette. Not good odds, but it is Mark Tome time, so your chances of getting something else are there. It's not like it's not the worst of times to queue Alliance Raid Roulette if you don't want Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower ain't awful, no. Now, see, the thing is, Tongue, in your average week, the probability of getting Crystal Tower is so high that some people don't call it Alliance Raid Roulette, they call it Crystal Tower Roulette. Some people, as a result of that, get a little fed up with Crystal Tower, as in, Crystal Tower is fine, but there are limits. That is to say, having a large cake is fine. It's probably awesome, in fact. But if you had a large cake every day, eventually it gets old, right? That's Crystal Tower for a lot of players. But there's also the difference with MSG Roulette that it isn't like things have been added to that one. So being surprised that you're getting Praetorium again is not that big. Or it shouldn't be surprising that you get Praetorium again. On the other hand, because they keep adding more Alliance raids, it does get a little bit like, why is it always Crystal Tower? Like that kind of feeling for some players. But it's pretty obvious, like, because of the way the game is designed, it's just, that's the content you're gonna get. Like, that's also part of, like, the discussion from the video I put out yesterday, is that it's a little annoying that you don't get to play with so much of your toolkit, so it would be nice if the rotation you get at lower level is more interesting. Right? But, it's difficult to fix, necessarily. Like, it might be difficult to fix. Uh-oh. You crossed the streams! I forgot to deal with that. I think I might have killed Agent Monica there. Sorry. I was a little absent-minded there, being too focused on the other thing happening. You got Monastery. Nice. That one is on Mock Tomes. So that would explain that.
Flames to lick at your heels.
I'm sorry. It always hurts when I absent-mindedly goof it up because I'm not paying attention to the mechanic I need to pay attention to. Oh. Oh. Well then. Mounts in 47 runs. That's pretty good, especially considering our track record with both Barbie and Endsinger. This dog is on fire! We did it! We actually managed to collect the mounts. So many mounts in one session for once. Now, the question is whether next time we go onward to Golbez, or we finally face... Was it Whitestone Black? P8S? Because part of the reason why I've just focused on the extremes is because they're a lot easier to do. There's not very many mechanics we need to worry about. As you can see here, the only thing we really needed to worry about is light parties for a thing. And then again, not really. Like, it wouldn't be a total disaster if, like, we didn't worry about that. But it does help. Meanwhile, both Golbez, which is indeed the guy with the rime-kissed blades, and P8S, I believe, have enough going on that you actually need to come in with a plan. Especially for P8S. So, that's the question, whether we just do all of the extremes before we do the savages again, or we mix it up a bit. The advantage of the savage ones is that if we can beat it, then it takes, you know, exactly the amount of players we have, amount of clears to finish. You probably don't need to do Gale Sphere 2, one of you needs to do Meteors. Well, that is very reassuring, because when we procced Golbez back in Endwalker, I believe Gale Sphere 2 was our proc point. And yeah, the meta mount for these lynxes is a strange dragon carrying you in a chair, if I remember correctly. Looks really weird. It's a little surprising. It's kind of cool in a way, but it's really, like, that's not what you expect from this. Like, you collect a bunch of birds, the end result is a bigger bird. You collect a bunch of wolves, the end result is a bigger wolf. You collect a bunch of dragons, the end result is a little bit of a surprise, but a giant mecha dragon. You collect a bunch of lynxes, and you get a dragon holding a chair? So people expecting the wing meta mount to be more wings might be shocked. Maybe it'll just not be wings. Bahamut from Final Fantasy IV likes cats, I guess. Maybe. A winged chair? It's just a chair held up by balloons. If you could finish the extremes first, will there be a gear upgrade in 7.2? Yes, there will. There will be both new crafted gear and, of course, a new raid tier. But with the pace we're going at right now, the oh yeah, that is true. With the pace we're going at right now, the next raid tier would be out before we would finish all of the extremes. That's true. Meta mount is the balloons from Ghost Park. Or biblically accurate chair. What is a biblically accurate chair? Isn't it just a chair? Does the Bible describe a chair at any point? Or maybe that's the joke, that it doesn't. So biblically accurate chair is just your character sitting on air. Hey mages, hope you're doing well. Where to find a community active guild? Well, that is difficult. The best you can do is try to, like, sometimes you can, like, by joining communities for different stuff, like specific types of content, you could find something. Another thing you can try is that, you know, there are some of those free companies advertising in big cities. You could try joining one. Sometimes they're good. But genuinely, it's hard. I don't really have any good advice on it. Case in point, I am in a relatively small free company of my own that might not be super active by that metric, but I don't need it because I basically have a community around me. You could check the community finder on the lodestone, that's true. Agent Monica says I gotta do the Endwalker Extreme 2 to get that mount. Oh yeah, like, I mean, I imagine given the way that I progress through this, that there will be some players like that join for these groups that are missing one mount or maybe two. So it wouldn't, like, maybe once we're done with these, it could make sense to, like, have a coordinated group of people going, well, we're missing these mounts, I'm missing this mount, I'm missing this mount, and then maybe you can, like, have an 8-man group going in, like, we need one mount from here, one mount from here. That might be more manageable than going, well, we need 8 mounts from here. I don't know, could be an idea. Hey Melissa, hope you're doing well. I don't know. It's just an idea. Mainly because, like, that's the advantage if you can farm something with not a lot of players, because then you don't, like, then you just need them out to drop like once or twice. How's the extreme farm going? We kind of just finished. In 47 runs, we got 10 mounts. We also have Cat, who bought their mount with totems about halfway through the farm, something like that. But because of how easy and fast the fight is, we managed to get 47 runs in like 3.5 hours, even with a little technical issues break and some other small breaks. So pretty good, I would say. Aerodel says, since Shadowbringers had Final Fantasy 4 bosses, isn't it Endwalker? Just to make sure, I think you mean Endwalker, right? And Dawntrail will have 9 bosses, Final Fantasy 9 bosses. I think it will be a winged creature from Final Fantasy 9. Maybe Kuja's Silver Dragon, since the 2 last ones have been dragons. That could be. I also feel like it will get stale really quickly if the meta mounts are always some sort of dragon. Don't you think? Ultima Wings. That could also be. But yeah, you basically caught us at the tail end, Melissa. But for anyone else who's coming in who might be curious about how to go about it, or maybe didn't pay too close attention to how we did it, did the farm is just in summary: 1 tank, 1 healer, the rest DPS is perfectly fine. You should coordinate 2 light parties before you start, which means, like, put down a 1 and a 2 marker, have half the raid go into one and half the raid go into the other. The tank and the healer should be separate because a mechanic that might be a problem, it will target them specifically, consistently, assuming they're both alive. Mark the tank and the healer with a 1 and a 2. Whoever's in team 1 goes north, whoever is in team 2 goes south for the mechanic. When the lines on the floor thing with the turning circles happen, The first time you look for cat ears, essentially. It like just two cat ears, and you go to the opposite side. Now you actually need to look at the mechanic to tell whether you have to lean a little left or little right, but you have to be at max melee range. Gazel figured that one out better than me, certainly. I didn't quite figure it out. The second time, you just look for an arrow, and then you just stand in front of it. Then there'll be a tank buster, and then you split up in your light parties. Light party 1, north. Light party 2, south. And then there will be maybe a stack marker, maybe enumerations, maybe spreads. The thing is, the stack marker, I think, can kill a DPS alone. I think. But nothing else can, as long as you don't overlap them. Nothing else can kill an individual. So just make sure that you don't overlap them. And once that's dealt with, what was it? Radial flagration is cones that shouldn't overlap. So you just spread out like YOLO spreads. Just make sure you're not in a line with anyone, and then you'll be fine. The cones are relatively thin. And then if you have actually 6 DPS in a tank and a healer, and decent damage and not too many deaths, the fight should end before more stuff happens. Unsynced, of course. Ham says the first one is easy enough to solve. It is. My point is more that the second one, there's a trick to it. Like, you just look for a thing, automatic solution. Whereas the first one, the trick helps to narrow down what you need to look for, but you kind of need to do the mechanic. Like, you have to do it correctly. You just massively narrow down how you need to respond to it. But yeah, about 3 minutes of combat and a little bit. But that's it. And we didn't even need to paint strategies like we did with Barbie. So, we managed to get it done. And on that note, I think this is also a good time to wrap it up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. And, you know, maybe others would enjoy it as well. Whether you enjoyed a specific description here, the farm itself, or my rigorous attempts to make sure that the sound is crisp, even when things mess up. The support is appreciated. If you want to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link to it in the chat there. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, actually wait, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. In the Discord server, you'll also find the schedule where you can see what else is happening in the coming days. And you will also find the announcement room, where you'll find links to videos and streams when I put them up. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you will get a notification whenever I post a stream or a video, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. I usually update the schedule Sunday or Monday. If you want to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the chat from Aradil right there. It all helps support me in the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!